Hello, everybody. Good morning, good evening, and good night, depending on wherever you are in the world. This is a much, much later time for us today, and that's all right. It's because I was invited by our beloved Moth to join him once again for another round of Garten of Banban. So we did some pre-recorded stuff. That'll all be dropping in, I don't know when. Got our first part uploaded and ready to post whenever, but I've learned that when it comes to Twitch, you really have to have that stuff prepared ahead of time. Thank you for the lurk. You asking about the Discord? There we go. That link should work. If it doesn't, let me know. But yeah, after we were done with the recording, I ended up sitting down and asking myself, what are we going to do today? And kind of, actually, this song is not, this is a little distracting. Hold on. I've been trying out some new playlists, but anything with lyrics can get a little distracting. Anyway. So I have been playing around with our layout. May or may not have forgotten about stream when I invited you for Banban. That's alright. Sending you the mouth variant of the commission. It is not as done stated by Kevin. Let's take a look. Oh, wow. That's so cute. I really can't wait to see that active. Not complete, still rough in some places, but I should have everything completed by tomorrow or Wednesday. All right, that's awesome. Kevin really got that done fast. But yeah, if you are on desktop, you'll be able to scroll down and see that we have a new feature added to the panels below the stream. We have a schedule finally laid out with everything. And there at the very bottom of the page is a nice big empty blank area that we can put some art, which is what I would like to work on today. Said he would have gotten it done earlier, but IRL distractions. Yeah. You can call me creepy for checking your status to see if you're good. Realize that you can't help it when Discord shows me when you're doing what you're doing, and I just keep track of the time. I won't lie, it is a little creepy, Q. Gotta keep tabs on that whole parasocial line. I need you guys to remember that just because I am streaming doesn't mean that I am a professional or anything, that I am someone who is going to be anything different than a normal human being. Sometimes I'll open a program and have it running in the background while I'm getting other things set up. There's a lot I have to keep track of when it comes to streaming. Screaming. I'm about to be screaming. But the reason why we were a little extra delayed, because we did wrap things up fairly on time. I think we went over our usual stream time by like half an hour, maybe, Sparky. So it wasn't that bad, but there was some extra stuff I had to take care of that I usually would do before I go live. Things like just making sure that Bronx has been worn out and doing the general around the house and whatnot. That and trying to get a thumbnail kind of in my head here of what I wanted to do, playing around with this image that we're going to be working on today. No parasocial, be paratrooper. Speaking of dinos, saw an advertisement for a Dink Run 2. Looks like 16-bit raptors doing a running 2D course. That sounds silly. Yeah, I wasn't totally sure what we would be working on art-wise today. And I wanted to just kind of preemptively sketch out something. I went through several stages with this of what I kind of wanted the composition to be like. It was mostly just sort of struggling to get the vibe that I wanted. None of them were really close to it. And this is the best I've got so far. Dino Run 2. Ah. I'm a little creepy, though. Also a little weird and a little insane. I mean, we all are. But my point still stands. Don't be fucking weird. Don't be stalking me. Don't be watching my shit. That's a one-way ticket to getting yourself not talked to anymore because that's creepy. Backtrack involving Kevin. This morning he posted the glass side of his computer case shattered in the night while he was sleeping. Jesus. Now his computer is making noises. How did it shatter? Did it just spontaneously explode? Climate change. It's always possible. Have you guys ever had anything strange like that happen before, where like the temperatures changing has caused something weird to spontaneously happen in your house? Oh, wow, hello, Chauncey. Long time no see. How's the renovations and stuff on the house been going? Sent you the image of the scene that he posted to his Discord. Let's take a look. Holy crap! Yeah, no, I'd say that exploded. Damn, that sucks. What a mess. Installing the new cabinets right now, actually. Oh, shit. Oh, in that case, I'm so sorry for the noise that you're having to put up with. That's never fun. That's very good to hear from you, though. One summer, I was eating outside on the patio with the family, and it was a glass table. For no direct reason, suddenly the glass just absolutely exploded. Thankfully, it was really close to for the down payment he needs for a new PC. He's doing a payment plan thing through Amazon. Good, I'm glad that he's able to get it replaced. It's been noisy for the past few weeks. Oh god, I can't imagine, Chauncey. I hope it hasn't been too disruptive to still let you be able to do art and whatnot. Trying to remember any of the fun things that have happened to me before with temperature changes fluctuating. Because I know I've had a couple of experiences where things like that have happened, but the only one that I can really remember off the top of my head right now, some of you may have been here for my squirrel story, or more specifically, my squirrel in a jar story, which is something that I can tell at a later date. But to those who don't know, I have a large wet taxidermy squirrel in a jar, and I've had him since, I don't know, high school? But the jar in question, when I sealed it, was sealed apparently at the perfect temperature to cause the little button at the top of the jar to compress and decompress, depending on what season we're in and what the temperature is. So anytime the jar used to sit in my room, if it would get too warm or too cold, you would just hear a very metallic sounding "puck," sound of the top lid of the jar popping in or out. We had snow in March, like last year before. Oh, year before was a very next week where we were in a heat wave. Oof. Art's been a bit slow, aside from the occasional commission. I've been struggling for trying to get into VA projects. Ooh, that's exciting! You know who you should talk to. Hold on, I'm gonna get her name wrong. She was just streaming yesterday. She might stop in today if she's free. But I know she's been a little bit busier lately. Is that the right one? Did I spell that correctly? I sure did. But yeah, Kat over here is a friend of mine that I've met through streaming. And she is very well acquainted with a lot of different voice actors for official projects and stuff, from doing like Bendy and Digital Circus and just all over the board. She's got a lot of friends in different places. And you guys definitely have a lot in common. Like your personal preference of characters and stuff. Oh my god. Like I feel like you guys would hit it off super well. I know she's in the Discord and has posted art here and there. She's actually fairly active for the most part. So if you ever get a chance, I definitely would encourage you to say hi sometime. Especially because you're doing some voice actor stuff. I bet she could help you out. Maybe get you some attention somewhere. Lead to some future opportunities. Who knows? September is going to be completely booked out. Oh, hello, Snake.
Did you remember to save?
If you become lightheaded from thirst, feel free to pass
We got
out.
a boomer!
Hi, Snake. We've been working with a few comic dub folks like Yamiso and working with Radiocast on a Halloween project. Oh, that's so fun! You better show me when it's done! I'm so excited for you! That's really awesome. Honestly, one thing that I would love to start getting into is doing more animatics and stuff. I've been seeing a lot of Digital Circus things in the fan community and whatnot with that. A lot of really good voice actors and stuff. I envy it. I don't have the confidence to do voice acting. Or really, it's more so I just don't have the privacy, I guess. Because, like, my mom's always home, and I don't want to be practicing doing weird character voices and stuff, knowing that she can hear me. September 1st to 3rd, I've got work experience. The 4th, we have Silk Song. The 9th is my older sister's birthday. And then the 10th till the 26th, I've got another work experience. That is very, very busy, Q. It's gonna be good, though. Also, hello, Void. Been having fun with doing impressions on VRC. I've been titled The Rosie of VRC by a couple different groups. That's so cool! I'm gonna have to, like, just kind of lurk sometime and watch you interact with the Has-Been crew. I bet that's a lot of fun. Season 2 is gonna be coming out soon, isn't it? Also, let me real quick get our temporary setup here going. Have to Do a quick scroll so I can make this an actual viewable canvas. So here's our new layout below the stream. And what I would like to do is create an image that can go in this area or somewhere in there. And that's what my thumbnail attempt here is trying to be. Wait. Hi, Ran.
Did you remember to save all of your files?
Hold on, I gotta catch up with chat. Floyd, you're getting a new icon? That's awesome. End of October is when the new season comes out. Shit, I'm not ready. And a new short on the 6th. Drawn over a selfie I took that for that explicit purpose so that my Sona looks like me. Oh, that's cool. Lines are in show and tell. Let me see. Oh, that's a cool angle. I like that. Can't talk much because I'm playing 7 Days to Die with my partner, but hi, hello! Currently trying not to get caught by zombies. Oh shit, speaking of zombies, you guys have heard of that anime that just came out, right? The Night of the Living Meow or something like that? Night of the Living Cat? I just started watching that with some friends the other night, and oh my god, it is amazing. It is my favorite zombie anything ever made. It's going to be a hell of a lot faster than normal because I'm going directly over the image. Fuck yeah! We love that rotoscoping. Set up a challenge with one of my friends where we're going to race to see who can beat Silksong faster in terms of game time. Good luck, Q. That'll be fun. Let's go ahead and grab this image and see how it looks in our current spacing. It's not bad. I think we could actually extend it a little bit, or if we can use that as room for the frame. That's what it's called, rotoscoping? I mean, yes and no. Rotoscoping's more for animation. Thought it would just count as tracing. I mean, to some extent, yeah. But to some extent, that's what rotoscoping is. See, we live in an era where tracing is such a bad word among artists, and it doesn't have to be. Tracing is a valid part of art. It's just the way that it's done that becomes the problem. If you are tracing somebody's work and not giving them credit, obviously that is not okay, because that's somebody else's work. Ooh, whoops. But like, what you're doing right now, that's 100%, like, that's art. That's good art. That what you're doing is good. And it's not like you're trying to hide it or anything. Tracing's a great tool, especially when you've never done a certain pose before. Yeah. Helps you learn how the body works. Learn different angles. Actually, a fun thing with tracing pictures specifically of people and whatnot is if you're using your phone to take a selfie, you're probably going to have a much different camera angle, or what is it, diameter or something like that. Something about the depth, which is something I've only more so learned in Blender than I have with actual photography. Yeah, that's the word. We're both going to get it on game launch, and seeing as we'll both be going into the game blind, it'll be fun to see who can beat the main story faster. Have you seen that the devs are actually delaying their game's releases because of the hype that Silksong is getting? I have seen that, actually, and that is hilarious. I think that's a very smart move on behalf of other game devs. Wait. Speak of the Ink Demon, and she will be here. Hi, Kat. How's it going? We were just talking about you. How did the rest of your stream go yesterday? Yeah, we were talking about your voice acting and whatnot, and all the different people that you've met through it. Our beloved Chauncey here is getting into voice acting herself. She's been doing some voicing for Rosie in some just general has-been community stuff, but has also been working on, what is it, some voice acting for some fan dubs, fan comics? What'd you say here? Fan dub folks like Yamiso and Radiocast. I don't know if those are familiar to you at all, Kat? As a certified bug man, I suppose I will play Silksong. Hi, D-Cruz, how's it going? Don't know much of Silksong is going to cost. Oh, I don't know how much it's going to cost, but even if it was to cost the price AAAs are trying to sell their games at, I would probably still get it. I feel like Silksong's worth the price. A lot of games I don't feel like are worth the price that they sell at, but whatever Silksong ends up being, for the amount of work and hype and dedication that's gone into it, I feel like whatever the price they set is well-deserved, well-earned. Don't expect it to cost more than 30. That does seem like their price range usually, because what is it? Hollow Knight's only like 15, isn't it? I don't think that this picture is exactly what I'm looking for, but I'm gonna stick with it regardless because so far it's the best we've had. So what I think we might do is see if we can add more to the background here to add some depth. Or we'll just do something pretty with it in the end. I don't know if maybe we could do like kind of the similar gradient that we've got going on here in this one. I am just color sampling right now, but I will go find a better palette for what I want once I'm actually in that stage. Trudy's getting the turbo zoomies. Oh no! Hey, friendly? Oh shit, it's currently on sale. I might have to pick that up then. Although I'm gonna be honest, I don't know if that's a game that I'd be able to do on stream myself with what I've heard. I really don't know if that's the color scheme that we're going to want to use.
If you become lightheaded from thirst, feel free to pass out.
Thank you for the hydrate, cat. There's a game you should play. I mean, I have Hollow Knight on Switch. I actually have a hard copy of it for Switch. But I never opened it. Never mind. Forget everything you know about Hollow Knight. There is no room left for your brain, or in your brain for anything other than Porco Fogore.
Music start!
Chi 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 whoop-bye, boing boing. Chi 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 whoop-bye, boing boing.
Hey, come on!
Moge 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 moge, chi chi wo moge moge. We love him. Thank you very much, Sparky, for blessing our stream with Porco Fogore. And welcome back, Zadani. Oh, interesting. Passes out baked raptor decadence? What is that? I don't know if you should be passing those out. Sassy, hello! Love that musical game. It's a good game. Sprunky. I think you've mentioned that before, D. Cruz. Someone's told me about that game. All right, well, we've got what we want from this, so what I'm going to do is... I don't want to, like, ignore a color palette until I need one. Just let that be a different value for the time being. All right. We're going to create a new canvas from this, and we are going to change the resolution. And you're going to set this to be about 2K. Ooh, big boy. And we will make a new background color, solid blue. Change that opacity a little bit. Why did you bake Frag's children? Bitch, I ain't got no kids. Descendant. Okay. Yeah, no, those aren't mine. Yeah, eat as many of those as you want. Those are not mine. Now I'm hungry. You can have some of my crisps. They're blue hot chili lime flavor. The ones that stain everything, including your organs. Grocery store chain here in the northern Midwest called Hy-Vee has pre-seasoned chicken thighs for $2.50 a pound. Got some barbecue shake and bake. That's a good deal. All right, let's play around with making this sketch a little better. I'm going to use a dark blue for our pencil. And just try and pull some more of these shapes out, clear them up a little. Try and get something a little bit more recognizable. So we'll start, we have some kind of pole or something that they're leaning on. I don't really know, don't really care. Hey, what's up? For a second there, I thought Ink Bleeder was here. I'd say a good deal being it's pre-seasoned, covered in a lot of paprika. I'm kind of picky with my seasonings. I always get the stink eye from people because I'm not a barbecue person. Everybody loves barbecue, and I am not a barbecue person at all. I hate barbecue sauce. Too much sugar. I have never been a fan of super sweet sauces with my meats, with my savory. Sweet and savory need a very delicate balance. Like, I love orange chicken. Paprika's yummy. Wondering if I get Bug Snacks, as that's on sale for 8 quid. Oh, Bug Snacks is a fun game. Or at least it looks like it. I've never played it myself, but I love, like, you know me with the mascot horrors. I didn't realize that one was on sale too. I might pick that up myself. I love Bunger. Bunger's the best thing to come out of Bug Snacks. Means more barbecue for us? Yes, you can keep it. All the barbecue for y'all. Need a very specific ratio to enjoy barbecue sauce. You can do plenty of sweet stuff on a barbecue without barbecue sauce. Well, okay. So when I say I don't like barbecue, it's not the meat. The meat's fine. I like barbecued meat. But whenever I say I don't like barbecue, people always assume that that includes the meat. No, the meat is fine. It's the sauce. Barbecue sauce is the problem. Because that's just sugar ketchup. It's icky. I don't like it. It's like ketchup syrup. Don't usually vibe with sauces or condiments of several kinds. We ever played Supermarket together? No, I have not. I prefer tart sauces, although mango chutney is really nice. Chutney is one I don't have very often. I think I've had chutney once ever in my life. Wait! Wait! Cherry, how dare you come in here just to throw me in the pit? Hold the fuck up, you did not just say that, you fucking burb. What did I do? Prefer normal ketchup with mustard. If I could, I would send you some of the carnitas that my partner makes. It's fucking divinity. Barbecue versus barbecue sauce are two distinct entities in my book. Everyone says that, and I think the only people who give a shit about that are the people who like barbecue sauce. Or barbecue in general. I don't know. It's just meat. I don't identify the barbecue part as, like, the meat itself, because, like, what defines that? People will be like, yeah, we're going out for barbecue, and then they're just putting meat on a grill. Is that not grilled meat? What makes that barbecue? Been obsessed with Supermarket Sim? I feel like if I started playing that game, I'd never stop. Mainly just a texture thing for me, but I prefer a lot of foods without condiments. Valid. Have you played Little Nightmares? I have not. I've actually never even watched a playthrough of Little Nightmares. Genuinely though, Bug Snacks is a lot of fun, and if you can get it cheap, I would recommend getting it. Yeah, I watched, fun fact, one of the worst migraines I had in my entire life. I sat and watched RT Games play through Bug Snacks while I had that migraine. And all I remember is laying in my pitch black dark room with that playing on my TV, huddling around a plastic trash can bucket, trying very hard not to get sick because of how much my head hurt. Meanwhile, there's me who would do a sandwich that's just pure ketchup and bread. Feel incredibly insulted. Joking, by the way. You will not harm my barbecue. It's a grill if you use it outside. Barbecue grilled versus stove pan steak are two different meals for me. I don't know what to tell you. Are they both barbecue? Because you only called one of them barbecue, and it was the one on the grill. Makes all the food have a charred outer shell. My store is named Soup. Which is ironic considering soup is not a thing that I can sell. Oh, Chauncey. Okay, but do you at least sell clothes? Nope. My phone fell on my chest. Man, I hate dropping my phone, especially if I drop it on my face or something. I do that a lot if I'm, like, laying in bed. Shared something in show and tell. Let me go take a look. That's interesting. Not a very cute drawing to go with it. Thank you for sharing that, D. Cruz. Kirk, how's it going? How are you? I'm good. Struggling a little bit with this art piece, but not something I can't work out eventually. It's all in the conceptual stages right now. To be fair, barbecuing and grilling can be used interchangeably a lot when it comes to the cooking method. Okay, see, I would be okay with it if that... Why? Because that's the confusion. That's where it comes from. Because when I say I don't like barbecue, everyone's like, oh, you mean the cooking method? No! I am salty! Like, why would you pick the one thing that is so diverse and varied? I can't be like, I hate barbecue, and then you'd be like, oh, you mean you hate all barbecue meats?
Thirst, feel free to pass out.
Thank you for the hydrate, Void.
Did you remember to save all of your files?
There are different kind of barbecue sauces? Aren't they called different things, though? Because when I say barbecue sauce, most people get an idea of what that means. Grilled cheese are not actually grilled, and I'll die on that hill. What are they, then? I always make grilled cheese on, like, a skillet. Also, thank you for the reminder to save. We haven't saved this canvas at all yet. Let's do that. I'm going to save this in our digital painting folder, predominantly because I want to paint it, but I don't know if that's actually going to be what I do with it. Posture check. I'm still right where I started. Kind of picked a weird angle with that finger. Might have to come back and look at a reference for this hand later. Most default to Sweet Baby Ray's, but a barbecue sauce typically has a sweet kind or a savory kind. Savory tend to have a mustard and vinegar base, and sweet go with ketchup. I guess I've just never had the mustard kind. Ooh, that's a nice texture, Void. Papa, what are we doing with this finger? It's looking kind of weird, buddy. I don't know about this one. Found a really pretty Galaxy brush on the CPS store for free, so that's what I'm using. Oh! I might have to play around with making a brush for the sky that I'm doing in this piece. I don't know if there's an actual word to describe cooking in a frying pan. Frying, maybe? No, because, well, I guess there's a difference between frying and deep frying. We need to find the Tommy gun! It's too hot today. It sure is. Pan fry. Panning. Panhandling. Where are we going with this? Don't be panhandling your grilled cheese. Didn't decide what to do with this arm on this side. It's gonna be hot all week here too. Oh. Hey, Frag. What's up, Snake? Manhandling the grilled cheese. It's been uncomfortably warm all week over here, and I don't like it. It's been, yeah. It's not been hot like it's been throughout summer, but it's been too hot to be comfortable. It's been just hot enough that the moment that I get up and do anything, I don't want to be doing it because I'm sweaty now. Getting DM'd like crazy today because Helldivers 2 just came to Xbox and everyone wants to play it with me. Sounds like a lot of fun, Kirk. Oh, you found the brush? Good. What I'm gonna say is this. There's so many different kinds of barbecue sauce due to it being a statewide thing. As for Kansas City, Kansas, we are the home of barbecue, and for those who don't believe me, look it up. Also, different states have different styles of barbecue sauce. And it's humid and sticky. We're in super summer now. Yay, climate change! Linked it over in show and tell. Thank you so much, Void. An average 80 to 85, and with no AC, it sucks. Ugh! Lurking because Friendo is here to vibe. Alrighty. Thank you for the lurk. Oh, thank you both for the lurk. Have fun with your games, friendly. So I suppose one thing I could do with this picture here. One of my references I liked a lot was this guy just kind of vibing out, having a soda with the vending machine in the background. So as part of the concept, I did toss in the idea that this arm for Moss could be holding a drink of some sort. We could use that as an excuse to put a vending machine back here, maybe? Somewhere? Just like the top of one. I don't know if we could maybe do like a telephone pole? I don't know where the wires for that would go. Can I have uppies? You absolutely may. Let's go ahead and get you and Q both up there, since I know you're both gonna ask. Oh, is our Spotify working? Yes, for once. Mimosa? Mimosa? Are there 2 or 3 M's? It's gonna be so cool when it's done. Thank you, I hope so. Minnesota? The alcoholic drink. I think that's a mimosa. See, I know mimosas as the tree. When I was a kid, we were surrounded by mimosa trees. It's one of my favorite trees. Or flowers, I guess. They have such a pretty smell. To those who don't know, here, let me share a picture of what mimosa flowers look like over in Show and Tell. Because they are really, really pretty. There we go. When I was little, we had a really nice neighborhood where I grew up, and we had these trees just absolutely everywhere. But they're not a very hardy tree. They are very, very susceptible to disease. And so they get killed off really, really quick. That, but mimosa. Oh, it doesn't help that I look like a mimosa flower. I love cherry blossoms. They look so beautiful. They do. Cherry blossoms are such pretty flowers. Well, our ads are about to start. And just for anyone who may be lurking who's new or not used to things around here, we have our ads play once for 3 minutes every hour. That way we can have the whole hour uninterrupted. Just kind of gets them all out of the way at once. You do look like a mimosa flower. I didn't realize it until I saw the picture right side by side to my head. A mimosa flower or a sweet bean. I do not look like a sweet bean. Gonna go lurk while listening to my music. All right, Snake. It's good to see you. I'll be back, though. There's no obligation. We appreciate you being here. Few of the kobold streams that I watch/lurk in, they like to call people sweet beans when they say hello to people. Oh, the angle of these... Oh, they always throw me off. Okay, hold on. We gotta figure this out. I don't know if that makes much sense. One, two, three, four, five, 6. Did our music just abruptly stop? Let's try a different playlist again. I want synthwave, but I want a little bit more... I don't know. Cyberpunk thrown in? But just a little, just like a drop. Frag staring at a mimosa flower in confusion, thinking it's family or something. Could be saying cousin or something like that. No, it would be the same, like, bird reaction of seeing a picture of another bird. Moss would just puff up and be like, no, I am the bigger one. Oh no, lyrics. Thank you, baby. All right, let's see how this playlist goes. This might work for the rings. It's kind of fucky, but it creates an illusion that seems to not question. We'll see how it goes. Probably didn't do myself any favors by not having a grid going with this. But I'll be honest, I hate working with a grid. What are we going to do with this hand, buddy? We've got a nice big chunk of space here we could do something with. Suppose we could have your arm kind of propped up a little and then like hanging down. That's awfully boring, though. Oh my.
Katsu Drawn just cheered 65 bits. Hey Frag, guess what? Smile.
Haha! She didn't read out each emoji. But yes, hello, Katsu. How's it going? Thank you for cheering. I have a feeling that this is not the extent, the full extent of your, I don't know, bullying? Is that what we're gonna call this? Popple does seem more like he's sitting. Which I guess would make sense. I mean, he's kind of a little guy. He's not very tall. It's just the one emoji. See, I thought each one of those flags was going to count as one. I'm hoping that I'm able to turn one of these work experiences into a job so I can start HRT, because I don't want to start that until I have a job, since I don't know if my universal credit will cover that or not. And on the off chance that it doesn't, I want to make sure that I can pay for it. I think that's a wonderful idea, Q. I really hope that works out for you. Maybe we could have him holding... Like, I obviously have a bit of an arm here going out this way. We could do... Whee!
Katsu Drawn just cheered 5 bits. Since Popple didn't get a gay throw, I'ma be petty with puppies and front-facing baby chick emoji, 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 front-facing baby chick emoji.
Popple, I think, has finally gotten fully fed up with your bullshit, Katsu. He just died. Do you see the look on his face right now? All right, buddy, let's get you fixed. Where's all your stuff? Also, how come that's not coming from all the way across the screen like it should? They're just appearing midway. Oh, buddy, you need an overhaul so bad. Is that it? You're just not gonna... Oh, Popple. There used to be a setup here where I could rerun certain things like that, but they removed it a while back, and now I don't know how to get to it and play the things again. I bullied him into mental destruction. Popple's just having a time. He sure is. Apparently my sister is deciding to stir the pot and tried telling my mother I purposely didn't get the job from my last work experience, which why on earth would I do that? Yeah, that's a weird thing to lie about. Popple baby, you need a nap. Let me check on the actual source for a second here, because he might be having issues. What the fuck is grab tap? That's new. Oh, here we go. I have to go on the website to replay activities?
Katsu Drawn just cheered 65 bits. Hey Frag, guess what? Smile.
Popple. Are you frozen again? You're frozen again. Buddy. Okay, hold on. What? Why are you broken? Oh no. Okay, I've got the actual source window opened up. We are going to empty him. He's currently missing his face for some reason. Clear the cup, reload it. All right. You working? Give us a save. Okay. Yeah, you're empty now. You blink. Okay. I'm gonna rewind and do that again. And try not to die.
Katsu Drawn just cheered 65 bits. Hey Frag, guess what? Smile.
Popple. Why does that kill you? You're fully broken. Baby boy. How do we fix this? Why are you getting broken? Let's refresh you again. Okay. Are you working? Yeah, I see you tapping. Okay. Let's do an emulated redeem then. This is not a real redeem. Oh, the alerts don't work anymore because that had to be removed. There were a bunch of other bugs going on and that one was causing problems. All right, we're gonna do a tip event preview.
And just cheered 1000 bits.
That was not supposed to be a tip.
Probably Katsu tipped $65 to spin the gotcha popple. This kills the man.
Okay, well that seems to have worked. Also, because that was registered as a tip and not bits, enjoy your IKEA shark. Let's emulate that one more time.
A totally real human just cheered 65 bits. He dies shortly after.
Okay, he seems to be functional. That okay. All right, well I fucked up now. I don't like this. Popple, I really don't like this. Can I? I don't want you full of these. He looks like he's wearing like a superhero mask now. It's Popple Wolverine. Can't I interact with this? When life gives you lemon gumballs, don't make lemonade gumballs. Make life take the lemon gumballs back. Get mad. Next. Hold on, I have to put that on the screen. So Nexus just put this and says Popple right now. Good cosplay, bud. You know what? Because of that, we're just gonna leave it. He can just be cosplaying today. Oh my god. I love that I came in and instantly wrecked Frag stream. Yeah, thanks, Katsu! God. Alright, well I guess that does kind of answer our question for what drink is Popple gonna have. Maybe we'll just give him a lemonade. Hey, what's up? Hi, Kazoo. How's it going? We've had some technical difficulties with Popple today. Which is why he's like that right now.
If you become lightheaded from thirst, feel free to pass out.
Thank you for the hydrate cue.
Oh, this is beautiful.
Thank you, Chauncey. Why is Beeple overflowing? because Katsu gave us some bits which refused to show up. The Katsu bits destroyed Popple's mentality. What little of it was left. And now this is just his perpetual state. I forget who I was talking with the other night about the idea of evil Popple. I think he would just make a lot of, like, bad candy puns. And all of his gumballs would be sour or spicy. He'd be a lot like evil Ragatha. No!
Katsu Drawn just cheered
They
25
can't fit!
bits. Rainbow Big Bitties you woo. I'm sorry.
They're all just falling off! Should I empty him? Like, the fucking dinosaurs are all piled on top too. Why? I feel like Bean Boozle. Oh god, yeah, you're right. Oh no! Evil Popple looks like an M&M dispenser, but the evil part is that Popple is filled with M&Ms and Skittles. Lopple can't handle financial transactions. Me either, buddy. That was me paying my car insurance over the weekend. Should I empty him? I don't... Toothpaste Bean Boozle is good? Oh. I mean, yeah, I guess it's technically just mint. I feel like maybe we'd have to extend the canvas a little bit to fit this sized drink. Maybe we can just have it be cut off and make it look a little more natural. It's just rough when that's creating a tangent. No, keep him like this. He deserves it. Hi, Taku. Keep him overflowing with balls. Those aren't balls. No, those are balls. Oh, fuck. That's so
Katsu
many.
Drawn just cheered 15 bits.
Why does he keep
More
those?
balls.
Repeat client just suggested doing a spooky month edit for her commission. I fucking love her ideas. That's awesome. Man, I gotta start thinking about spooky month stuff. I don't know how I feel about this arm. I'm gonna take it out for now because I want to experiment with some other positions. I don't hate it. I don't love it. I feel like we can do better though. And if not, we'll maybe switch over and start working on moss a little bit more. It's a spooky month! I'm excited for the new episode of Spooky Month. I don't know if that's going to be able to come out in time for Halloween this year. Oh my god, there's more!
Katsu Drawn just cheered 15 bits.
I'm like-
just giving Frag reasons to play a game or hang with me sometime. I bet it's working greater than 3 anyways. More balls.
You do have me questioning just how high they can go, but I think we've found our plateau. Wait! What? Being bullied today? This was supposed to be an emotional moving piece, and all you guys want is balls! Summon all the balls. Should have known when I became an internet sensation that I'd be drowning in balls against my will. We can go further.
Katsu Drawn just cheered 35 bits. We can go further beyond. Plus Ultra.
Can we though? Oh, wait, no. Oh. It does keep amalgamating into new shapes every time. Need to make a redeem where we can throw balls at either you or Popple. I do need to invest in tits. Truth be told, I've been wanting to make a lot of the animations myself with Blender, and I just haven't learned how to do animations in Blender yet. Gotta lick them first so they stick. He's got a ball crown now. It does look like a crown. Yes, TITS. TITS stands for the Twitch Integrated Throwing System, which is the thing that people have to let their chat throw things at their avatars and whatnot. But yes, it is abbreviated to TITS. Pupple's got Super Saiyan. Perfect abbreviation. I linked it in Show and Tell a while ago. Yeah, that's right, you did. They knew what they were doing. They sure did. It works much better when you have a VTuber avatar. Being a PNG tuber, there's less I can do to interact with it personally. I have played around a little bit with the idea of trying to make my own VTuber model. But honestly, most of the thing holding me back is just time. Not wanting to learn a whole new system. But I had done a very, very, very vague concept for how to, like, cut the parts to do moss. I don't know. Something's off. I think until I'm more capable of making the look that I want, I'm just going to hold off on it for the time being. You'll hear about the Nightshade thing for art becoming free-for-all? No? I'm gonna try and find the integration where text would translate into a sound clip on stream. I would like to have it set up so that I could have a text-to-speech option specifically for Popple over here. Because in the long run, I do want to make a completely custom program for him specifically as just my little stream mascot. I want him to be interactable. I want him to be something that is a bit of a passion project for me. but that's a long way to go. Bouncing 3D objects off your PNG like you're playing Paper Mario. I'd love to see a Moss VTuber. I would too. Problem is, in order to see it, I usually have to make it. That's where I get a complete roadblock. Just have the throwing integration smack an invisible default pill. Speaking of Popple, who abstracted him? Bro's got corn stuck to his head. That would be Katsu. Katsu absolutely destroyed Popple earlier, and in their attempts to... well, my attempts to get him fixed, we've had a bit of an accident with the lemon gumballs. Jax can no longer go near Popple. Truly the best Jack deterrent available within the circus. I think he got the corn fear because his friend became abstracted and the abstracted are just corn shaped. I think so. That's been a pretty solid fan theory that I've seen floating around that I definitely agree with. Hey, what's up? Hi, Ink Bleeder. Mom's cooking up salmon. Gonna be my first time trying it. Ooh, I love salmon. I'm not sold on this arm being the position we're after either. What I really wanted to capture in this piece is also now 1 year older. Oh, when was your birthday? Where? The 23rd? I missed it! Ah! Happy late birthday, Ink Bleeder! Hold on, hold on. Where's our thing? Where's our thing? Huzzah! Happy late birthday! I'm 34, am dead in furry years. No, see, dead in furry years now is apparently just 30 in general. Dead in internet years. You've been dead for 4 years now. But yeah, happy late birthday. I'm sad that I missed it. I hope it was a good one. Did you do anything fun? What? Popple's head full of piss, don't worry about it. In the latest episode, it's explained that Jack's fear of corn comes from a form of trypophobia. Could have also gained trypophobia from the eyes, but also an underlying thing as well. I think it's both. I think for his character's sake, it's both. I think that he probably already had some trypophobia or trypophobia or however it's pronounced. And then probably watching Ribbit abstract caused him to really have it. Now, I did think that it was interesting that he listed himself as the funny one, when so far it seems like he really gravitates towards the funny ones. But I have a feeling might be the reason they abstract. I mean, he was also the last one to see Kaufma, wasn't he? I got to visit my folks. Usually Denver is the same weekend as my birthday, but not this year. Denver is next weekend. That's exciting. I, honest to God, have not been keeping up with the fur cons at all. Travel and all that stuff really became a luxury. That, and I'm just kind of taking the whole year here and trying to go on like a self-discovery journey of like, what do I want? What do I enjoy? What do I want to return to? What do I kind of feel like I've done enough of? It's interesting to learn that me and Jax actually share a phobia, and I've got to say I can absolutely see the dislike of how pomegranate looks. See, every time I hear someone say anything complaining about pomegranate, it just makes me laugh because it reminds me of an old Tumblr post exchange that had happened back during, like, I'd say probably the peak of Tumblr's usage or popularity. But it was a pomegranate that somebody had posted, and that somebody else had gotten really angry at them and gone off on them about how they needed to tag it for gore because it, at a glance, could potentially have been mistaken for meat. And they really doubled down on that premise. Hold on, let me see if I can find it real quick. Yeah. It was an anonymous that someone had sent to the account owner, and they said, even if you say it's fruit, I do mean it looks like gore. Better safe than sorry, please tag it. And then they responded, even if I say it's fruit, it is fruit. There isn't any factual ambiguity to be discussed about the nature of my statement on the matter. It's fruit. I can't even read this. I'm just gonna put this over in the show and tell. It's so Tumblr speaky. That looks like a fucking heart. Have you seen the rock that looks like slabs of raw meat? Yes. And I'm angry that I can't eat it. I don't know if it tastes any good, but the look of pomegranate does gross me out a lot. I like pomegranate. And I think it's just because I have this weird desire to want to eat gemstones, and pomegranates let me fulfill that desire. Like, they look like precious rubies. They activate my dragon brain, and I just want to shove them all in my mouth and crunch. The seeds are bad if you can juice them out without cutting or blending the seeds. It's good juice. I just eat them. I'll usually pick the whole pomegranate into a bowl and just eat them by the spoonful. All right, I'm definitely stumped on this sketch. And it's mostly because I'm letting myself be distracted because I am stumped on it. Let's take a break from Popple. See what we can do on Moss over here. Greg, did you see the art that I got? I put it in. I did! It looks so good! That character design is just top tier. And I'm very biased about that because I'm 100% in that same aesthetic. Actually, we should work out the shape before we do any of the details on this. I'm looking stoned off my rocker. Okay, hold on. I always struggle with the angle that I want to draw dino heads at. Just a gumball machine and a dinosaur hanging out. It's weird what things you know give very, very explicit queer energy without having anything to do with being queer. I actually do want to get a manual juicer at some point, simply because I want to make apple juice and crap at home, plus I want to go manual over electric because there'll be less wash up after. Gumball machine and a rainbow laser chicken. Petty about washing dishes, and yes, it's because my folks don't rinse their plates, which leads to them being covered in slimy film and being a pain in the ass to wash up later on because there's food stuck to it. The bane of my existence, Q. I am in the same exact boat with you on that. My mother never rinses her stuff. I can't stand wet food yuck. Are Popple's eyes inside or outside of the dome? They are inside. Unless it's our tip jar Popple, in which case they just kind of float on top of everything. Crown o' piss. Something's definitely off about moss in this, but... Is it the angle of the snoot? Wait. It'll take less than a minute. Just spray some hot water over it. Exactly! We're getting closer. The newer dishwashers want you to not rinse off the dishes. The new ones have a sensor that tracks the schmutz in dirty water, and if you rinse off plates, it makes the washer end early. Imagine using a dishwasher for its intended purpose and not as a drying rack for the hand-wash dishes. Because that's what we've done traditionally in my family. For some reason, we'll just never run it. Not allowed. Hello, Bronx. Hi, baby. You've been weirdly needy today, hon. Even though the dishwasher uses less water. Right? Try convincing a boomer of that, though. Well, we've lost something in the angle here. Like, part of it's correct, but part of it's not. And it's really throwing things off. That did virtually nothing. All right, let's get rid of that top brow ridge. I'm not sure if we would... Ah, hi. Not sure if we would actually see.
If you become
ridge.
lightheaded from thirst, feel free to pass out.
Thank you for the hydrate cue. Oh, I see. Part of it's just this lip. This is not the right angle for this lip. Mm. God, dinosaurs are hard to draw. Holy butts, Popple, you're full of lemon and banana now. Popple, why are you referring to yourself in third person now? Popple gradually turning into Bubble because of the fucking NPC. No gender, only Gumball. Man, this angle is not being friendly to me. Oh yeah, I wanted to ask, out of curiosity, probably would have been a better question to ask earlier when we had more of you being active. How many of y'all are sick right now? Because there's a bug that's been floating through, and everybody seems to have caught it. What is our sick to non-sick ratio of people here right now? Bubble. Help me, Kane. Managed to not be sick? Good. Also not sick, Ink Bleeder? I've been lucky so far, but I'm not out of the woods. I'm willing to bet that I'm still going to get sick within this season because I'm just going to be one of the last ones sick. That's usually how I'm able to pull it off. Not sick yet, but I know it's a matter of time now that the kids are back in school. Yelp. Not me. I've got the sniffles, but I'm not sick. I hope it stays at that. I think we do still need part of an eyebrow ridge. I might have to get rid of this secondary ridge here, though, just so it doesn't get lost. Such a weirdly difficult angle. Something's still off about this back part. Wait. Still not really correct. I don't know what's off here. Something is, but it's not telling me what it is yet. Our ads are going to start in 1 minute. May also be partially because of the eye. I need to push this bottom lid a little higher. Just because of the perspective. Might not be physically sick. I am sick of a new habit my little sister's developing. Uh-oh. I have to rotate the eye a little. You got some good ridges. Thank you, Nexus. It's a shame that I really can't pinpoint what's wrong, and my brain is like, I know, I can fix this if I just go into Blender and do a quick sculpt. Like, no, that's not how we fix this. Past few days, whenever she wants my attention, she whacks me in the family jewels, and yet apparently I'm not allowed to be mad at her because she's 4. I mean, you're allowed to be mad. But yeah, she is kind of 4. Still not behavior that should be tolerated. It is behavior that should be corrected. This is such a bad angle, man. Ad should be over now. Or a new layer to try and draw the points of the other side of the face. Yeah, it's more so just my brain's not willing to wrap itself around this angle right now. And it's because I'm so in the habit of drawing dinosaurs from the profile that I don't allow myself to practice enough from better angles. Which is why I am pushing myself to not give up on this piece just yet. Or to resort to having to use different references and whatnot. If I can't get there in a matter of a couple tries, we will try something different.
If you become lightheaded from thirst, feel free to pass out.
Thank you for the hydrate cue. Draw dinos floating in 0Gs, lots of angles. Part of the problem is I have a lot of dinosaur toys, and they've all just been packed up where I can't get to them. I like to look at the physical toy for reference so I can see it from all angles and whatnot. Because that's way too wide for the jaw to be out that far.
Did you remember to save all of your files?
Welcome, Ninja. I was just asking about people who were sick. How are you feeling? Good night, everybody, and have fun drawing the shrink-wrapped dinosaur. Are we calling it shrink-wrapped because I have the nasal ridge outlined a little bit? Still feeling like crap, but it was 91 degrees in my room, so I came back out here where it's only 85. Oh, Ninja. I'm so sorry. How's the bird bub? Surviving. Trying to do some art even though the art is fighting me. Maybe it's also in part a little bit of the eyebrow ridge still. No, because popular media draws dinosaurs as if their skin is shrink wrapped to their bones. That's why I asked, because I didn't think I was necessarily doing that. Like, I need you to know that that is quite an insult. I may be skinny, but I'm not shrink wrapped. It seems to be better anyway. Still off with this brow ridge, though. We'll come back to it. Every face has extra face. That is certainly a way to word that. Alright, Popple. We need you to disappear for a minute here. I gotta figure out what the hell we're doing with the dino. Ugh, I love having to stop and fuss at my dog for trying to deep throat her whole back foot. I don't know why she does that. Like, it's one thing to be licking. It's another thing entirely for me to look over and see she's got her entire back foot, like, at the back of her throat. Alright, we need to do, like, another sneeze sketch under this. I'm not replicating that descriptive sound, Zatani. Getting the hard to reach places. Doggo wishes to become Ouroboros. Ouroboros. Maybe they don't need to have drinks. Maybe it would be better? Less clutter? Ah! Aw!
Speaker of the Void just subscribed for 10
Whoa!
months. Awa, 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 aw.
That was cool! You obliterated the lemon balls. Thank you so much for subscribing again, Void. And welcome back, Inkbleeder. Any plans on Delta runing sometime soon? I want to try and do it again this weekend. But it will depend on Rosie and when we are able to reorganize for that, because she is currently not at home. She is staying with Craven at the moment. She does have the means of being able to stream, though, and it should be okay. At this point, we are more so just trying to get dates together, predominantly to make sure that we're not encroaching too much on one of her partner's date time. Because unfortunately, it turns out Spookwood did not really want to be a part of it. And it was scheduled on Spookwood's date night. So we will see. We are trying to get Spook kind of hyped into it and see if maybe they'd be willing to go give it a try. You're going to start from the very beginning? I assume that's chapter 1. Am I wrong? Then yes. I also think that maybe this arm is not good. It worked nice in that area before, but we've added enough to Popple now that I don't think it's doing us any favors, and we should try and figure out something else to do with it. Would be fun to watch. Maybe I'll become a fan. See, that was the thing. We didn't like what we saw of Deltarune, and Inkbleeder is convinced that actually playing it will change our minds on it, so we're all going into it with high hopes that we too will become fans. We could start at any chapter, but we'll be missing a lot of key items. Nah, I'd rather go in for the long haul. I want the full experience. It's the only way to give it a fair chance. All right, Papa, what can we do with this arm now? Now that we've kind of shortened the space between the two of you. I mean, I guess we could always have it just kind of disappear behind whatever it is that you're sitting on. We could have it jut back inwards here, but that's kind of going to create an ugly shape. I would hate to just lose it entirely back there, but... So will you be doing secret boss stuff? I don't know. Is there secret boss stuff to do? The only thing I know of that I didn't do originally when I first played was you had to, like, go back and do some shit in a secret area with a door whose combination that you didn't get the code for until, like, endgame of chapter 1. And, Where?
Ninjinister just cheered 500 bits.
Oh, wow! Thank you, Ninji! How have we actually reduced the number of yellow in Popple now? Boy, it's hard to tell, but those are supposed to be orange. I'm glad he didn't break for that. He's been breaking all day. You missed it, Ninji. Because earlier when Katsu cheered some bits, he gave up. He just stopped working. His whole animations, everything. He just said no. But that just started up a hype train. Head's no longer whacked out. Sad. You either get a powerful weapon or armor from them depending on whether you attack or pacify them. Gotta do the secret bosses if necessary. I can guide you on some of the stuff needed to get there. I don't think it'll be necessary, but I appreciate it. I'm sure there's enough of you who actually know how all of this stuff works that we wouldn't have much of an issue trying to navigate it. Popple, you're just full of garbage today, huh? I mean, not garbage, but just like a lot of synonymous with clutter, synonymous with lots of different things. Same. That was your true secret, Ninji. You just wanted to make Popple feel more congested. Secret bosses kind of drop a lot of the darker aspects of the story. Junk in the trunk. See, the moss and the eggs can be a challenge to get in some chapters. Huh? There's eggs? I don't recall eggs in Deltarune. Uh-oh. Oh, no. Hi, Sai. You are frozen. Yes? No. Okay. Thank God. Let's save this. The moss? There's eggs, one in each chapter. Huh. What is it, baby Bronx? You have been very needy today, honey. Yeah, you've been very needy today. Do you just need cuddles? We can cuddle after stream. I would love to cuddle. Poor baby. She's gone and upset herself because for the last 2 nights she has slept with Mom, her Grammy, and has had a significant loss of cuddles with me because she has prioritized cuddles with Grammy. But now she's sad because she's got all these Grammy cuddles and none of her mommy cuddles. And I really don't know how to do this dog math for her. Gaster's very tied to Deltarune. So we actually like have his story now as opposed to just like a strange man who appears and then disappears. Not really. He's still hidden within the background. Gaster being yeeted across dimensions is a cool concept. Well, yes, but actually no. He does speak on occasion. Aw shit, the hype train has ended! We reached level 1 with 0%! I don't really like that placement. But I think there's something to this. I think that if we bring it closer to the, like, chest belly area, it can fill this area so I don't have to draw a whole lot of torso body. Let's lighten this up some and see if we can create some depth with that concept. I need like a reference picture of someone just like casually holding a beer. Sorry, I cannot see the chat at the moment because I am looking for exactly that. If I go with a canned drink, I'll probably go with like an Arizona tea. All right, let's try and find some of this similar angle. What are they drinking? I hope it's Baja Blast. Is Baja Blast really that good to y'all? I've had it before, and I don't know. It just tasted like, I don't know, the color that it is. Okay, that's kind of an interesting way of holding a can. We've hit EP Void hours. I'm gonna dip out for the night. Good night, Void. It was so good to see you today. Code Red is better than Baja Blast. Livewire is the best Mountain Dew flavor. Good night, Void. When I first tried it, it tasted like cleaner to me, but they definitely adjusted it to be way better than when it initially came out. I think it's because, in my opinion, it's not as intense as other Mountain Dew flavors I've had. I think I'm just not a Mountain Dew fan. I think I need to continue playing with this concept, with these references off to the side, because I don't actually know if I want this arm draped forward. I feel like we could take up a lot of this space with this can, and it's less that I would have to draw. So we're going to put this can back about here, because we can get our elbow and whatnot kind of in this area, take all that up. Also variations of Baja Blast, one recent one that tasted like orange jello, and another that... Oh, another one that is a mix of citrus, berry, and a hint of vanilla. Okay, now that one sounds kind of good. I'm also just not a big soda person, though. I think that's a big contributor to why I'm not, like... I've never had a side in the soda debate, you know? I do want to put Moss in like a bomber jacket or something so that we don't have much in the way to deal with over here. We can just kind of have baggy clothing in the way. I like that. That fills in that area pretty well. All right, so we've got that. We've got Popple. He's in front. He would be more prominent and cover any of those missing features. That's good. So we could have this arm. What do we want that arm to do? I like both Pepsi and Coke. I also like both Pepsi and Coke, but I prefer Pepsi between the two just because it's sweeter. But overall, I'd take root beer above both of them any day. That was partly how I knew I was at adult level in life, was because I started treating root beer soda like a dessert after dinner. It's like, ah, yes, this is like my slice of cake. Mix them and create poke. Ever had Moxie? I don't think so. If I did, it wasn't really intentionally, I don't think. What is Moxie from? Is it just like its own brand of thing? Loved Pepsi, but after I caught COVID back in 2020, taste buds changed and Pepsi suddenly has a heavy, earthy flavor. Oh, weird. Then drank Dr. Pepper, but I prefer Barks. It's a soda that's recipe hasn't changed since the 1800s. And soda was still marketed as a medicine. I see. So, which hardcore drug is in this one? It's the most root beerist tasting soda I've ever had, then it's sassafras. Because I believe sassafras had potent effects of some negative kind originally before we figured out how to do it right. Give me that Barks. Give me that caffeine-infused root beer. See, I mostly drink A&W. Or, no. Do I? Oh, I used to have a favorite between the three, and now I don't remember anymore what any of them were different over. Because it's always been a debate between Barks, A&W, and Mug. I'll drink any of them. Cancer and liver damage, I'm here for a good time, not a long time. I don't hate that position, but I don't think it looks supernatural just yet. Top favorite Mountain Dews are Whiteout, Baja Blast, and Thrashed Apple. I don't think I've had the Whiteout or the Apple. See, our Taco Bell used to have a soda that I fucking loved. It was just some sort of apple soda. Maybe it was that one. But I could have sworn it was still around. It's a brand that they no longer use. I want to say it had a Spanish name. Could have been. Very easily could have been. I do like this pose. We're going to move this hand further forward, though, because I feel like it's a little too short. I don't know. It looks pretty awkward there. All right. So one thought is I could try and do something a little cuter. Oops. You could have their arm coming back around Popple. I don't know. That one... No, it's not a very natural pose. We could just have it disappear behind them. Mom went all out tonight. Honey lemon glazed salmon, mini potatoes, toasted shrimp, and cilantro rice. Ooh, that sounds good. All right, hold on. Here's a thought. Maybe they could be leaning on the thing that Popple's sitting on. I'd have to pull the body back further. We might be able to pull that off. I don't know. It feels more closed off, though. I like the closeness of this one. She does say the salmon smells fishy, like fished up out of the water fishy, even though it was still fresh frozen. I mean, salmon's always going to be a little fishy. It's fish. It might be a little more fishy than she would like, but... I mean, I guess I could just have the arm draped down where it wouldn't be seen. Let that just kind of have some folds of fabric or some shit. Hmm. I'm gonna go ahead and stretch everything. So I think I want just a little bit more room on that one side. It actually makes that one hand sit a little better for Popple, but I don't know how I feel about that one still. Oh, wow! No!
Katsu Drawn just cheered 20 bits. Suffer Popple.
Suffer Popple. But we'd done so good. He had such a good haircut going. She does say the same. Oh, I already read that. Gotta lock in and get this dragon model done and rigged. Let's do this, Nexus. Shared what I got in show and tell. Let me see. Ooh! Oh, that's such a good model. Are you gonna try and follow that tutorial? Because if you do, I am so excited to see how it goes. I'll be over here taking notes. Yes, fuck yeah! I wish you the best of luck on it, because I know constraints are definitely something that's a little bit tricky. This is gonna be so fucking cool. She's loving the model even in its current state, so now I've got to lock in because I want to impress her. I'd say you already have locked in. I think I'm honest to God just gonna say for the composition's sake, we are going to have this arm going straight down in the back behind this thing, whatever it is. We just don't really need it. And if anything, it's providing more distraction than anything else. Either that or again, we'll try and just kind of have it drape downwards. That is part of the problem, is the shoulder beside Popple. I feel like it needs to go back further out a little more. Can you hide yourself a little, dude? Thank you. Oh, I just turned around and Wolfie is in my room for the first time since I finally got rid of the large pile of clothing that's been sitting on top of her favorite hiding spot. And now she doesn't know what to do with herself, because the hiding spot is not there anymore. I think I'm realizing what part of the issue has been, and that's I'm not raising this shoulder enough on this side behind this can. Because in order for them to be in this position, they'd need their chest to kind of be rotated a little bit more towards Popple. Maybe? No, that might be totally fucking off. No, that feels totally off. Never mind. But it's always easier for people to have a background first. Don't be like me. I've overthought this to the point where it is no longer recognizable. I really hope that you guys take it to heart when I say things like, don't push yourself to the point of burnout. You really don't want to go down that rabbit hole as far as I did. Because that's how you end up in situations like this. This is stuff that used to be so quick and easy to me back in college. But I overdid it. And I burned the fuck out harder than any human being has ever burned out before. And granted, there was a lot of trauma involved. There was a lot of other external factors. Being a caretaker for a very elderly, very dementia family member being the predominant one. But boy, it screws with you. It takes a long, long time to bounce back. I didn't know that it would be literal years of my life to ever get back to just being able to casually do a painting. Hell, I'm still in the sketch phase. The painting hasn't even begun. And I'm not saying that to be hard on myself. I'm just saying that to be observant of this is the cost. This is what burnout does. It's not good. It's not healthy. Work culture, hustle culture, none of it's any good, especially for artists. Take it so close to heart it turns into cholesterol. Just had a crazy thought about dementia, and now I think I have a new existential crisis. Oh boy! Would you like to share with the rest of the class? The lost part of your mind and memory is being transferred to a different dimension, but not all in one piece. I mean, yeah. It's a fun way to look at it. Like how you can gain a new memory of something that didn't happen. It's a very interesting take. Just came back. Gotta say, this picture's looking cute so far. Thank you, Fo. I'm pretty stumped on some of it, but it'll get there eventually. Let's bump up our thing that blocks us from being able to see the original sketch. We're gonna bump up Popple's sketch.
This is art. You will hear a buzzer. When you hear the buzzer, stare at the art.
Oh, this is beautiful.
Well, we got our ads about to play soon. And I have not been keeping up with our time at all. I know we're going to be behind our usual schedule. How much longer do I want to go? we're just gonna go for however long we feel like it. Go the distance like Hercules. Now we're gonna go enough that I feel like we've made a good amount of progress. A good place to leave things. I'm more so just trying to keep an eye on all of our shapes. Oh, poop. That's on Popple's layer. All of our contrasting shapes. I really want this to have a good composition. For no reason other than I would like to challenge myself to it. I want to get better. I want to get back to where I used to be. But let's take a break from the arm for now. Let's go back to Popple and mess with his arm. Honestly, not even sure what he's looking at, or what he's talking about for that matter. I'm gonna change our music again. Oh, nope, apparently my avatar is gonna freeze instead. Oh, nope, that's a video game controller. We need to draw. Okay, now back to seeking out better music. Maybe instead of looking up at the sky, he'd be looking more so at like where he's talking. I really just have no idea what he's saying. What I wanted to capture the energy with in this picture is I wanted like a candid moment between friends. And the hard part about that is normally I would reference a memory or an actual image of an actual experience with a friend that I had. But the one in question that I really wanted to use kind of has some sore memories tied to it right now, so trying to just work with what I got. It's not a bad hand, but now it kind of feels like he's not paying attention to the situation at all. Just kind of going off on a tangent. No. I like it. It's a good hand. It's not giving the emotion that we want, though. Too much energy. How about looking at moss? Maybe. That's kind of more of an engaging, casual into the conversation, but also not. This would be a dope animation with Papa looking around and flailing his hands around a bit. That would be cute. I would love to be able to use a program like Adobe After Effects or something. And I know that there is kind of a way to do that in Blender if you have your layers separated right, but I've never played around with it. Maybe this will be my excuse.
This is art.
Wait.
You will hear a buzzer. When you hear the buzzer, stare at the art.
Thank you, Katsu. Papa's telling FragRaptor how people landed on the moon, and Frag is thinking, wait, so the moon isn't made of cheese? I still like the idea that Papa also has a drink, and then maybe he's just being expressive with how he's talking. We can try. Let's give it another shot. Maybe he's got the can tilted more forward. We'll do a little bit more of a dynamic angle with it. Not quite. Bronx, if I have to fuss at you one more time for licking your feet, I'm going to turn you into a baked potato. Thank you, baby. Give him a straw. Apple's head's filled with tea. Been sitting there all day making sun tea. You know, that's true. I was trying to put a drink in his hand this whole time, and I don't think he can even actually drink. That was like the whole point of our Popple sip emote, is because he doesn't have a mouth, so it just pours down his face. All right, maybe we'll have this hand get kind of cut off a little more. Let that be part of the angle. Oh, but then we just don't see his whole hand. That's okay. That's part of why I'm having an issue. No, he does drink. His head is filled with tea. Each time he drinks, the tea level lowers in his head. Has to pour the liquid through the top. Oh, I love that. It just has like a fucking swirly straw coming into the drink. reverse fishbowl. I do like that arm kind of draped down and resting. I like what we were doing with that a little bit. It's just a matter of finding that perspective, because all of this is a little bit of a warped perspective. And I like the idea of each of them having a drink so that I could pick out something fun for both of them. A little umbrella. Cocktail popple is wild. We shall call it popple on holiday attire. This fox has become a rotisserie chicken. Are you cooking, foe? I'm stuffed, not in that kind of way, though. And we do start to run into the trouble that this posture hides where he's sitting, like almost entirely. I don't dislike this one, though. I actually really like how this one kind of lays out. But we can do better. I do kind of love the idea of drunk popple, not gonna lie. Lemon slice on the rim. Don't forget to salt the rim for extra spice. I'm gonna draw popple costumes, but I've got work to do. Working on promotional piece or something else. Yep, this is more so just a promotional piece kind of for my own stuff. We're gonna try and fit that in our little area down here on the About section of the Twitch window. Because the schedule is brand new. I made that over the weekend, since we didn't have one. And there's just this big empty spot here, where nothing is, and I would just like something pretty. We can do better. I like this part of the arm a lot. The can and the hand, something needs to be done there. Instead of the rainbow rings on Popple's arms, it's the flower wreaths and the down arms. Oh, up and down the arms. That's cute. I like that. I did have a Christmas design for him at one point where his whole head was just like a Christmas bauble. Frag! I've got medicine! Yay! It's unfortunately massive capsules, but they're the soft gel ones, so they should dissolve rather quickly. Good! I'm so glad, Spooko. You need it. You have not been doing so hot lately. We could raise his hand and have it cut off. That's not a bad idea. Maybe he's talking about aliens. I could see him being very passionate about aliens for some reason. We could cover up the rest of his arm. That way we could at least see where he's sitting. 80s popple with leg warmers and scrunchies on the arms. Oh, the scrunchies would be so cute! Professor Farnsworth, good news, everybody! It's a suppository! Maybe if we keep the back part of the hand, we can put the front part of the hand here just enough to see that he's holding a can, that he's interacting with the conversation, that he's sitting on whatever this thing is that he's sitting on, and still have enough forced perspective that it's obvious that that's his arm that's holding this can. Let's give it a try. That in his voice. See, Popple's head is full of gold coins and pride flags, and with it, I approve. Yeah, he had quite the afro going on earlier with the yellow balls. But a couple of attempts have been made to alleviate him of all of his sourness. I love the dumb matter compressor joke. This feels very engaging. I think I like this. Let's relocate the thumb, though. Because this gives us just enough that we can see it's a can. We can see there's fingies on it. How do I pronounce that name? Guile? Guile. That's what I thought. I was afraid to say it because in my head I said it and it sounded like bile, and then I was like, no, that can't be right. Part of this is working, but part of it is also not working. We need to find a happy middle ground. We can't really scoot him closer. We can have that just take up the entirety of where his arm would be. He looks like he's being quite sarcastic about whatever it is he's talking about. If we did that, we would have to have the rings coming down from under. And still, that would just be vaguely implying that there is an arm there. Otherwise, it's just nothing. Oh, Popple, what do we do with you? Like, so much of this is already perfect. Wouldn't change a thing about a lot of it. Am gonna change one thing about this. I'm gonna take this arm and lower it some. Because I'll be honest, the more of Moss's chest we can cover up, probably the better. Just less for me to have to draw. Let's move the hand independently from the arm. Also, if you can hear tidbits of a grinding noise, that is Bronx. I have replaced her obsession with trying to eat her own foot with trying to eat her dog bone instead, which felt like it was a much better option. Better than the cone of shame. Hmm. Nope, we're losing the authenticity from this. Which may mean that it's time to just let it sit for a bit and come back to. I'm hoping that maybe trying to clean up the fingers a little bit will make it a little easier to see. Alleviate my doubts a bit. Or perhaps make them worse. It's a gamba. Popple definitely seems like a Fanta kind of guy. No, don't sing the song! I forgot there was a song, and now it's gonna live rent-free in my head for the next year. I think this might be working. I think maybe I just need to let myself adjust to it and get comfortable with it. But I think there's potential here. This will work. We'll fix up that one arm. May or may not keep that expression. There's a couple little areas here that are going to be at risk of tangents that we'll have to be aware of and avoiding. But it could be worse. Wanna Fanta, don't you wanna? I hate that song. Okay, so maybe part of our dilemma is he might be too big. Oh, his eyes don't come with him when we resize. We'll have to play with that. I do think that this thing that they're sitting on might be like a guardrail on the side of a road, which means we could probably get away with having like, I don't know, some kind of street light situation. I don't like that. Thank goodness I'm into Pepsi products, including Baja Blast. How many times is Baja Blast gonna come? Y'all really like your Baja Blast? I feel like I need to go and like get some Baja Blast now because so much has been going on where everyone's been like, yeah, Baja Blast is the best soda. Even I love Baja Blast? Why? Okay, then that's gonna be my mission now. I'm gonna have to go and get some Baja Blast sometime and give an honest frag review. Maybe it's that Taco Bell wanted to branch their signature drink out to local grocery stores. You can just buy it at the store now? I thought that was still a Taco Bell exclusive thing. Good to know. All right, Pops. It's a little bit weird about this part of the leg and his body, but I think that's just perspective. Let's work on Moss again for a sec. I'm gonna go ahead and just draw some like trace over the feather lines that we have because I like the shape that we've got, but that's not going to be what the final feathers look like, obviously. But that way we can resize our bird. I think that would help us a little bit here. In fact, let's turn the sketch off completely. Popple's eyes! Originally, it was a limited time only type deal, but then people demanded it so heavily that they brought it back as a permanent flavor in stores. Jeez. Okay, yeah, we can definitely scooch moss down more, I think. That helps significantly. I don't want to cut up too much of that arm, though. Maybe we'll put the vending machine behind them. That's Popple's finger. You can keep that. In fact, I really advise that you do. Oh, that perspective's way off when we flip it. Not the worst. I don't know. I think we should hold off on background shit. I also think that maybe his hand didn't need to go there after all. Maybe his hand could have been lowered a little more. I'm gonna make an attempt. That does feel like a more natural position. We'll just refill in the gaps. Glory to its Stotska. One, two, three, four, five, six, technically? Also kind of his hand, though. Remy Rose is definitely feeling better today, by the way. I woke up to the sweet smell of her baking Rice Krispie treats. Aw. That's good. I'm glad she's feeling better. I'm glad you all are. It seems like it was a kind of quicker sickness. Your thumb is in the wrong place now. Popple, quit moving. I like how much more engaged he feels now. The rings might not be perfect. That's okay. The perspective is good enough that they feel like they're where they're supposed to be. And at the end of the day, that's all we're aiming for. Because the fun thing about art is that most of art is just lying. It is pretending that things are there that are not. It becomes really evident when it comes to 3D animation. I love seeing the behind the scenes of 3D animations and stuff for how they had to get certain poses to work out or certain perspectives, and you just see a character whose arm is like 3 miles away from their body just so they could get the correct angle of it close up to the camera. Alright, I need to stop worrying about all these little details right away. We're not in that stage yet. This piece is really looking good though. Thank you! I'm glad that you guys have been telling me that because I, honest to God, have been staring at it for way too long and cannot tell anymore. Maybe his legs need to be moved over some. Mm. I don't know, I'll have to come back to those. They can be adjusted, but I don't know if they have to be. It's really shaping up, you're doing good. Thank you! I think I like the 3D model I like the most is the ones that are made to look 2D and the assets change and move depending on where the camera is focused. Like if you can somehow pause it and move the camera, the assets are floating in space. But when not frozen, they change and move in real time. A perfect example of that, Zatani, is actually the movie that we just watched last night, which is the Plankton movie. They do a really cool art style with it. It's very similar to the Fairly Odd Parents reboot. It really threw me for a loop at first. I didn't like it when I was first watching it, but I warmed up to it the more that we watched. Seen it in some anime, 3D and 2D models. I've seen it in some VR chat videos too. Helps the poly count when your character is just particle effects. I actually love to play with that idea. How much could we get away with a character that is just particle effects? It's like the Fizzbone sheet ghost that I want to make. I want to make an avatar that is, to put it simply, we'll go with green. A collider for a head, a collider for a torso, a collider for each part of the legs, and a collider for each part of the arms. And then I want to have above, this is our frontal view. This over here, just a big sheet with strings of fizzbones from the center. You get the idea. I want that to be above the character. Like, this is where it would start. And it would be a flat sheet above them. So when gravity takes effects, it would drape downwards. All of our fizzbones would drape down over our colliders. And I want it to be a sheet ghost. I want to see if that would work. That'd be fun as fuck because you would just need the bones. Yeah! I don't know if it would work or not. It would be really fun to find out. One day I'll get around to it. Man. Even that was just a quick enough break for me to actually look at this and realize, yeah, this is going somewhere. I like this. I'm happy with this. It'll get to where it needs to be. We all will, eventually. Keep falling asleep. Sounds like someone's getting old. Wait, no. I finally get to be the one to do it.
We got a boomer!
You're old too. Not as old as you. Is not what I had in mind when I said I wanted to live the dream. Who needs to live it, though? We can just dream it. Dream the dream. Start with dreaming it anyway. Alright, leave Papa alone. We're working on Moss. Now, part of me wants to have the arm just come straight out like this. I don't know. That doesn't really sit well with the composition. I'm kind of still not opposed to just having the arm go off behind wherever it is that they're sitting. We could have the jacket drape out here instead. That might be the better way to do it, actually. Especially since I didn't draw this straight to begin with. Let's make you smaller again. I don't know. Maybe you're just too big. I never really did get a solid grasp on the size of Popple.
Did you remember to save all of your files?
Let's do just that. That differs quite a bit from our initial art, but maybe that's a good thing. Brad, I'm probably going to ask many questions about VR stuff. I don't want to be a bother, though. Your guidance would be much appreciated. I'd be more than happy to help out wherever I can. Unfortunately, there are a lot of things with Blender and Unity that require, like, you kind of got to be, like, in a voice call or whatever, and screen sharing so that you can really understand what's going on with the project. So there's not much I could do on that front. But I'd always happy to help out. Bounce ideas. And that's kind of what I wanted out of being able to have like a little art community and everything, was to just be able to have people to talk to like that. Somewhere that felt a little easier to just approach people, I guess. I might make this a crop top jacket. That's kind of cute, actually. Shit. All right, we're going with the crop jacket. That fits Moss's shape language a lot better. Scott style, the snaz. I am thinking of moving this hand a little closer onto the chest again, which unfortunately does mean probably having to redraw it again. But it can't spell paint without pain! Well, we've got some ads coming up in about a minute here. That covers up a good amount. Gets rid of several of the tangents that we wanted to get rid of. And I don't think we're going to have to change the finger position very much. What is going on with this brush? Something happened. Why is it so soft now? Oh well. Need to have a little bit less of an arched finger there, though, is part of the problem. Let's get that reference of the other people holding a drink off to the side. In fact, we don't need this canvas anymore. We can just close that. Oh, never mind. We closed the images that we had. Let me go grab some of those again. Man, stock images are so funny. Like, I love this. I need a relaxed grip. What? What are you doing? I'm gonna fight this cam! I need one where they're just holding the can, not pointing to it. There's so many where they're pointing at it. You seem normal. Taste the refreshing flavor of beverage, now in sparkling. Your hand's not quite the same position. It's okay. We do need to make adjustments. I think maybe we moved the fingers too far. Not you. I'm glad I made a couple copies of this because I know I really liked how the knuckles were aligned before. I'm gonna get another copy. Nope. What if we erased it? That's a bad tangent. Oh, wow. Okay, hold up. Mm. better. 1,000 times better. And we covered almost all of the parts I don't want to draw. A win, win, win. I do need to bring the hand back just a little bit more. I like the idea of this arm being more draped down, but it really is kind of providing an issue here behind Popple's leg. I'm worried that I won't be able to pull out the shape enough. That means that we can erase everything behind the can and the arm and not have to worry about it anymore. Still on the fence about having this arm be bent. Although it's getting to a point now where it looks much better than it did. Oh, you recognize this person, Spooka? One of these nights, you gotta let me know when you and Rosie are gonna be going to one of those parties. Whenever you guys are DJing and stuff. I miss doing that. I'd like to go again. Go ahead and pull Popple's eyes back up into this layer, just temporarily. Frag the Ravosaurus. This is making awesome progress. Go ahead and delete or erase some of our harsher lines on the body here that we don't need anymore. I will have to decide on whether or not I have pants at some point. I'm gonna have to look up some references for this jacket, because I'll be honest, I'm making this up as I go. I don't actually have like a dedicated outfit for Moss. In case the fact that I have been a naked raptor this whole time hasn't been obvious proof of that. Glows under black light. Pants are for squares. We're gonna show a little more tibby. Some more chest fluff, perhaps. We're gonna have to play around with that, because I don't really like the way the jacket's laying. But thankfully, I think Popple's gonna cover most of that up, so we won't have to worry about it too much. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna have to look up references for that, and I just don't feel like it now. But I'll be honest, given where we started and where we are at this point, let's see. What's our time at? Almost at 4:30. Do I want to push for another half hour? I don't really. It would be better if we did, but... I think part of my issue is I am a little hungry. And by a little, I mean definitely a lot. I can actually feel my stomach growling. I have to get rid of this man. This man needs to go. Alright, well, what we can do... We will save. We will flatten the image. We will take a copy of it. And we're going to go back over to our layout and give it a test on top of our other thumbnail. See how we're feeling. Okay. I think we need to move Popple in a little more. I think that part of his hand showing would really make or break this. So to do that... I always feel bad that, like, my thumbnailing process is so hard for people to look at. Hmm. We could do more with our background with it like this. So we could have our vending machine back here, probably. Perspective's going to be really wonky with this. And also, instead of a vending machine, we could also use something else. Like a building or something. I just like the idea of the vending machines. They've got a cool aesthetic going for them. Maybe some trees? I still like the idea of there being a streetlight somewhere. I don't know why there would be streetlights with a vending machine just out in the middle of nowhere, though. It's also throwing off the perspective some, but so is the vending machine. Could be outside of a skate park. That's a good idea. I would like something identifiable about this thing that Popple's sitting on. If nothing else, maybe like some brick. I could do some pretty anime style clouds in the sky. I really want this to be an aesthetic piece. And again, we need to identify where the parts of this thing are going to appear so that we know Popple's sitting on a thing and not just floating. And part of me does kind of want to put moss behind it. I mean, I guess they could still work with that in this angle. Oh my god, my hands. My hands are trying to quit like Popple earlier. definitely shows that he's sitting on it better that way. We could try and move this hand up higher. If we focus more on Popple's arms, we might be able to get away with doing that. I don't know, though, because we've been staring at it so long, and again, I'm starting to lose the shapes. This feels kind of cozy, though. I'm not opposed to it. Oh, wow. Posture check. Thank you, Sneak.
Did you remember to save all of your files?
If you become lightheaded from thirst, feel free to pass out.
Thank you, baby.
We got a boomer! Oh, this is beautiful.
All right, we're going to take this. Oops, we're going to merge that. I don't hate it. There's still a lot that I don't love about it. But it's making very good progress. I think maybe we can play around with where this is at. Because aside from figuring out Moss's whole arm and like lower body situation, I think this is pretty damn close to ready to start finalizing. We could push. Push this arm forward a little more. Make this seem more like they're leaning in towards Popple. I don't know about that. That's getting hard to see. So we're just going to take what we got. Go back over to our large scale version. Where did all of our layers go? We want to undo the flattening. And we're going to pop this motherfucker right on top. We're going to scale it to the size of the whole canvas. That way we once again have a thumbnail that covers all of the composition that we're looking for. And we can go back and kind of adjust things later from there. But for now, this is where I will probably leave it. Because I'm getting eepy. And I know Bronx is very impatient for me to take her out, so we're going to just be a little bit short of our usual time. And that's okay, because we'll probably go over tomorrow. Tomorrow, we've got something exciting for you guys. This is going to be a new thing, both for myself and for Rosie. We are doing a collab tomorrow. Oh, my dog is barking. But we will be doing a collab art piece tomorrow while we are hanging out. So our goal is to draw... You know what? I'll hold off on the idea. You guys can tune in tomorrow to find out. But we will be working on the same canvas together. I'm excited for it. It's going to be fun. But for now, let's wrap things up on this. Canvas Wars. Take it easy. Thanks for stream. Thanks for joining for it. Yep, that's our plan for tomorrow's stream. We've still got our 3D Thursday as well. And I've got to find somebody to throw you guys at. Who are we going to go with? Oh God, I'm trying to look at other people's streams to see how long they've been at it. Oh, you know what? This is great. We will go with Fawn. Fawn is currently playing Peak. And they are playing it with somebody who I am very fond of, Soli, the Chupacabra. You'll know which one that is when you get there. But yeah, let's get this raid up and going. It looks like they're close to the end, too. Maybe they'll be getting out of the kiln as soon as we get there. There we are. And here is our raid message. So you can copy and paste that when you get there, but you don't have to, obviously. Is there anything else I have to go over? Not really. Haven't talked much about Thursday. 3D Thursday, we will be doing either more work on Doughy, Freddy, or Sun and Moon. Not really decided on that just yet. We still also might be doing games tomorrow as well. Just depends on how long we feel like doing art, since I have been kind of on an art binge lately. But yeah. Well, I guess I don't need the tablet anymore. I'll just hold this egg. I'm not going to bother going to our other screen since we're really at the end of everything here. Well, thank you guys so much for hanging out with me tonight. It has been a really productive day, even though it doesn't super feel like it. Getting through this stage is always kind of rough, especially when I'm out of practice. But I really appreciate your encouragement and motivation. I hope that you guys can bring that energy over to Fawn and help them get out of the, or get to the peak. I love you all very much. Goodbye!